I think that issue has now been resolved, so thank you for that. So did either of you have anything you wanted? Sorry, bear with me a second. We're back live now, everybody. Linda, Alan, feel like a teacher. So did you have anything you wanted to add as Cabinet members at all to this?
Not can I add anything of interest?
No, not off the back of Steph's report. Thank you.
I wanted to take this in like sort of three parts for today, and with agreement from the panel on the way we're looking at doing it. So whilst those savings were brought forward to OSPB on the 5th or 6th of January, there was a lot of people, including myself, who weren't able to attend that due to the short notice of the meeting being agreed. So there's a lot of answers that people still have, questions that people still have to get, so hopefully that we're able to get the answers people need to be able to understand this a little bit better. So that was the first part. The second part was, whilst it was agreed yesterday when questions were asked that there was no plan B if we didn't get exceptional financial support or the council tax rise from government, if we are short by a little bit, surely there's got to be another way to look at if we're looking to avoid a Section 114 notice at any costs. So there'll be some questions that, and then look as part of that, what future savings that we could be looking at. You know, we can't, as it says in here, rely on EFS forever, so there's got to be some future savings that are being thought about at the moment. And then the final one is just to look at the consequences of the budget envelope that we've got for the Directorate, of what that will mean going forward. So I don't know who wants to... Oh, so as didn't have anything to say a second ago, but here we go, Carl, go on. So,
It's never that I don't have anything to say, it's when it's relevant. I think I just want to come back on the Plan B comment and maybe put some more context around. So we did come to the table with Plan A, with the capital budget proposal last year, which was voted out almost, well, I think it was unanimously from all opposition. We went away, licked our wounds, listened, heard, came back yesterday with Plan B. Plan A had the things that members in this room on both sides didn't want to get rid of. Didn't want to get rid of the £22,000 highways fund. Even didn't want to get rid of funds that the majority of elected members didn't know about, such as the Heart Fund, which was £500,000 of revenue, just gone. Didn't know about it, but as soon as you knew about it, couldn't get rid of it. That was Plan B. Where we are now is, if yesterday hadn't have gone through, once we'd got the announcement from government, unless that came through at the levels that had been requested, it would be 114. So I don't want anybody to be asking questions if we're not going to be having an equal understanding of the position that we're in, or rather, you can ask the questions, but you won't get an answer from me that you want to hear. So I hope that's understood. Plan A was the first attempt, and we went and licked our wounds. Plan B was yesterday, with the refusal to accept of the position that we were in, and taking out funds that didn't know they were there. Thankfully, it went through yesterday. Thank you.
So thank you for that. So we'll call it Plan C then. And to counter that point, I remember being in this scrutiny committee when we were asking about the local determinant fund of £22,000, and I asked what that was being spent on and how much, how many metres or miles of footpath or things, and I haven't received an answer to that question. So I thought that bit, we could both play that game, that some things weren't available. Some people don't think they know what they're available to spend, but when Scrutiny's asking the question, it should be able to answer, to be able to do that. But on the next bit is on Plan C. So if you are £1 million short, do you just go, I'll have a Section 114 notice? Or do you go, oh, actually, we can find £1 million from somewhere, what are you thinking at the moment? Or is it just a Section 114 notice so you're accepting that?
I think perhaps what I said about the government announcement with regards to council tax coming through in February was not understood in what I previously said. It is a combination of the two.
Anyway, that's the second part I'm coming on to, so that'll give me some time to... I don't know who wants to start on the consequences. Sorry, Tony. No.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. If we look at it from the perspective of with the environment overview and scrutiny panel, am I right in thinking that environmental issues are mostly funded by grants? And really, it's not a case of looking for cuts. We can't cut grants. We want to go and find more grants to make sure that we don't have to put the halt onto anything. So I don't see how we can do this other than look for more grants, because if Councillor Creswell can just guide me on this, we are funded by grants.
Thank you, Councillor. You're absolutely right. The majority of the spend around environmental policy, if you like, is predominantly grant funded. So things like the local nature recovery strategy, the development of that, things around energy use and the like are all grant funded. So absolutely we need to be exploring and grabbing every funding opportunity that we can, and we are active in that space.
Yeah, that's fine. I think my opinion would be listening to Steph and the fact that we get a reduced cost for waste. We'll go home and shove everything in the bin because we'll make a fortune.
If I may come back on that, it's not cheaper in totality. It just means each unit that's disposed of is cheaper at a certain rate. You've still got to pay for that unit. It's just so, for example, if you've got 100, this is not how it works, but just as an example, if you've got 100 tonnes, you might pay £100 a tonne, so it's 100 times 100. If you get 101 tonnes, it's £99 a tonne. You've still got to spend 101 times 99. It's still expensive. It just means that once you hit that step, every tonne below gets cheaper.
Yeah, sorry, that was a tongue-in-cheek comment I made, and it was...
I just had to check. I just had to check.
Yeah, so if we try keep it, obviously that, as you said about environment, part of it, but obviously the other part of our scrutiny is on highways, so it's not all just grants that come through on scrutiny. But if we can try and keep it to the bit that was about the savings that were agreed yesterday, to do some post-scrutiny on it, please. Thank you. So questions on the savings from yesterday? Chris?
I'm sorry, could I just ask a very quick clarification on what you were just saying there? Is there actually a step? So does the cost for the entirety of it go down when you reach the thing? So there's actually a step when, at a certain level, the total cost will be lower than if you had less, because the cost per unit goes down for the whole thing. So there is actually a step.
Yes, there is a step. There's a step at which I think it's 380,000 tonnes, I think, off the top of my head. That when you get to that step, every tonne below that is a cheaper rate. Then, obviously, up to the next step.
It would actually be lower if you're above that step, just above it.
The total is, so if you've got 380,001, the total cost of the 380,001 is probably cheaper than 279,999. And there's a point at which more tonnes cost you the same as less tonnes, if you know what I mean, because it's cheaper at the higher brand. Then there's a break-even point, if you want. But yes, everything over that tonnage level, up to the next tonnage level, is cheaper. But of course, if you then drop back down below, it becomes expensive again. So if the minute we go below 380,000 tonnes, it's more expensive. So at the minute we're above 380,000 forecast. So when the actual comes, I'd rather have 380,001 tonne than 279,999. So I might be asking you, councillor, to go and shove a bit more in the bin at the end.
Alan?
Thank you for that and thank you for welcoming me here, and bear with me if I've got a few questions because I'm quite new to this, but thank you for the presentation. It was enlightening for me, certainly. It's before I get into some more specifics, it was just going on from what Chris said. Obvious question to me, and probably totally idiotic, but can we change that sliding scale? Why do we need one? Can't we just have one rate, which will give us more money rather than have a sliding rate?
Rachel?
I think we need to remember the waste contract is quite an old contract now. It's a fully integrated contract. It covers all elements of our waste disposal. So whether it's recycling materials that get dealt with at the reclamation facility down the road in Norton, whether it's items that go through the incineration and recovery process at Hartlebury, or whether it's items that go to landfill or via the household recycling centres. So it's a fully integrated contract. It's quite a complex contract, actually, but it's quite an old contract. So the contract commenced in 1998. So a few years ago, we did some negotiation to extend the contract, but what we couldn't do at that time was change any of the commercial terms, because then you're procuring something different. So we extended the contract within the same sort of commercial terms. We did actually make quite a considerable saving, a number of millions of pounds worth of saving at that point in time. The contract is due to end in January 2029. So a big piece of work between now and January 2029 is around what contractual arrangements do we want in Worcestershire for the disposal of our household waste, and we're only talking about household waste in the future. That's a big piece of work over the next few years for us, and that's where we need to think about what sort of commercial arrangements do we want in the future, taking into account what will the market allow us to have. So going back and renegotiating terms on that waste contract is not an area we're going to be able to do anything on, because we did a bit of that a few years ago. But our focus should be on what do we want from future contracts or contract.
Thank you, Chair. So basically we're stuck with the contract we're on, and it is a contract basis, so we can't alter that sliding rate. So, but I think that is worthwhile, obviously. Is that going to come through in the next few years as we go forward into ONS to look at that contract to the way we're going? So obviously we want to be on top of that to make sure it is efficient and it is in our interest going forward. Thank you, Chair.
You can request that to come to on the work programme agenda at some point. But we'll talk about that later, but yeah. Did you have other questions, Alan? Or
I have, Chair, but I'll let some other people go before I indulge myself in that.
Thank you, Chairman. So, to kick off with the things that I was really concerned about from yesterday, basically because I don't think we had a fraction of the information that we needed to have to make some of these decisions. So, the key things that I'm concerned about, highways reorganisation, we didn't have the details to be able to make that decision yesterday. Reduction in use of consultants, I don't know whether you want to go one by one, but if I just put it out there, the ones that I'm concerned about. So, reduction in use of consultants, what the small amount of information that we had was contradictory. So I'd like to know how we're actually, so yesterday we voted for reduction in use of consultants, but I've got no idea from the information that we've been given how we're going to be able to do that. A side issue, the increase in income for highways development management, I don't know where that's going to come from, but I'm not overly worried about that. But the other key thing that I'm really concerned about is where members voted possibly blindly yesterday to move the funding for Hampton Bridge, because as Councillor Hardman stated, that's going to be something like 150,000 or whatever per division. That's going to have a knock-on effect on the likes of resurfacing and things that we're not going to be able to do. So 3 real key things that I'm concerned about based on yesterday, that I just don't think the Hampton Bridge move in yet. I honestly don't think that members realised where that money is now coming from and the impact that that's going to have. So if you could talk us through that, please. And then the reduction in use of consultants, how that's going to happen on the basis that where we are at the moment, you know my concerns that I've raised each time that we've had this panel about what's happening already, and then the highways reorganisation. Thank you.
Yeah, so Hampton Bridge is the big one, I think, in that thing. So if we do the other two first, because I think they might be simpler answers than the highway, the Hampton Bridge. I don't know if Rachel or Carl wants. I don't know. Or Steph.
Steph wants
I'll-
to start with something.
I'll just start with something and then pass over to people who are a lot more knowledgeable than me on these areas. And just, this is not me trying to be, I'm trying to be helpful with what I'm saying. The information on each of the savings was included within Appendix 3 into the thing. So obviously there's information in there, but I completely understand what you're saying about you feel that there's not enough information in there to give a response to. We obviously did have that conversation, and we were able to have that conversation at the 6th of January scrutiny. But again, I do understand that was a very tight timetable to get that out to members, and we do take that on board. And one of the things that we are going to be doing, myself and Sam, after this meeting, is having a look at the schedule of scrutiny panel meetings for this time next year. There's a bit of and I guess we'll probably need to talk this through with the chair people, not necessarily chairmen, of scrutiny with Councillor Tom Wells, which is where we put the scrutiny panels, because if we run it the same as we've done this financial year, which is highly likely, when do we fit the scrutiny panel meetings in yesterday's cabinet? Then you've got a fair few scrutinies in Christmas week, the week after Christmas, or do we, because we're going to be doing the similar thing this time next year, I would imagine. So I absolutely take your point on the ability of scrutiny panels to have the time to scrutinise them, but I would like to work with scrutiny chairs on how we can do that better next year to enable us to get enough time for members to have time to attend a meeting, not necessarily a month's notice, a year's notice rather than a month's notice of a meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I think to Councillor Kersey's point, I think the whole point of, to me, scrutiny is to have a deep dive into some of these stuff. So a line on the thing might say, consultants, that we would not want to use them because we want to hire people, but also says at the same line we struggled to hire last time. So I think the questions would be about that and how you can do that, because I think we all want a reduction in consultants and using in-house thing, but we also want the saving to happen. Happy to work with you on trying to make scrutiny a bit better, but just to clarify for the OSPB, I think I was given 6 working days notice just before Christmas of when it was going to happen. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I'm sorry, but they don't choose to have a politician as a dad. And so I spent Christmas with them, and I couldn't get it off work on the 6th of January, but I'll leave it on if you want to come in on that point, I'm more than happy for you to come in on that point. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you on that. I totally agree with you on what you've just said there. The Reform Party, so has got the motto family, community, country, and I understand that you've got to look after your family first. So I totally get what you're saying, and I'd wish that everybody, every councillor, would take that into consideration before they put any scorn on anybody for not turning up to meetings, because they've got things going on as well, with family, but also employment as well. So I totally agree with you.
Okay, so Rachel, I think you wanted to add.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the questions. So I too acknowledge that some of the meetings were at short notice and not everybody was able to attend. I think we first covered some of these savings at the all-member briefing on the 9th of December, but I am conscious that not everybody was able to attend that. So I'll start with Hampton Bridge. So Hampton Bridge is a capital item. Just in terms of, if people could forgive me, and I'll just cover a little bit of history, Hampton Bridge has been, the plans for Hampton Bridge have been around for many, many years. It last went to Cabinet in October 2024, where there was agreement to continue to progress with the plans for the bridge, delegations to enter into contracts, and approval to actually acquire the land through compulsory purchase if that was necessary. All of the financial details were set out at that point in time around what the bridge was likely to cost and where the funding would come from, and that included an element of county council borrowing as well as external funding and developer funding. We then found ourselves in a position where there were a number of challenges in securing a construction contractor. I won't necessarily go into those here, however, we continue to progress with the scheme through planning, through securing land, and all of those normal elements of a project of that nature. Clearly, when we're reviewing the capital programme, it stands out because there was quite a degree of borrowing that went against this project. But we need to remind ourselves where it came from. So it's set out in policy within the South Worcestershire Development Plan that there is a bridge across the Avon connecting the housing development with the town centre. So that is a requirement that's set out, and we secured developer funding through a Section 106 agreement. And this is where I think there may be a little bit of misunderstanding where there's reference to contracts. It's actually the 106 agreement that is what people have been referring to as a contract, not a construction contract. So we have a Section 106 agreement, and we actually had the money in our bank account in, I think, November 2020, but Emily may correct me if I'm wrong, but many, many years ago we had that money. Clearly, since then, there has been increase in costs. That was never for the whole, that was never intended to be all of the access routes and all of those other things, but we've had that developer funding. We have also spent money in getting to the point that we're at now. So we've spent £4 million. We've had developer funding of about 3.7 million. If we were to stop the project, one, that would undermine policy, and there is the challenge then that a number of other planning applications have been either submitted or approved based on the assumption the bridge is in place. So there are all sorts of challenges there, but we would need to give that developer funding back, and the money that we have spent to date, if we are not to build an asset, that would essentially be a pressure on our revenue budget. So we would be £7.7 million down with no bridge.
Chair, sorry,
So-
sorry, Rachel, interjecting, and I really appreciate your clarification on this. And with the Chair's permission, I would love to just unravel this slightly. My question as far as this panel was more the fact that yesterday I was concerned that people agreed, but just before we get on to that side of things, because I very much appreciate you giving the background, particularly for those people who aren't aware of it, my concerns, if you like, as far as Hampton Bridge as a project itself, absolutely aware, of the things that you've noted. And I realised yesterday, actually, when Councillor Perks answered a different question, I realised when it had been stated that there was a legal contract that was in place, that we had to fulfil Hampton Bridge, I realised that was a confusion with Section 106 monies, because we've all known that there's circa £4 million of Section 106 monies. So from my point of view, all I ever wanted to happen with Hampton Bridge is that the administration, the local members, whatever, are honest with the people of Evesham and say, this is £4 million, that if we do not go ahead with this, it is going to go back to the developers and it's going to go into their pockets. But what hasn't been made clear is that there's a lot of noise constantly about whether we have Hampton Bridge or not. Whereas I think what would have been useful if we sort of go back to the beginning and bear in mind where we are now, knowing that there isn't a legal contract, it's only what we're talking about, the Section 106 monies, to actually go back to the people concerned where that money has come from to say, well, first of all, go back to the legal agreements to say, can it be used on something else? And to go back and be honest with the people and say, do you want us to go ahead with that? But they need to be clear that it's not a pick and mix of we could do this, we could do that. That Section 106 money has been allocated for Hampton Bridge and potentially it would otherwise go back to developers' pockets. But, so that's what I would like to do. I would like there to be a lot of honesty and transparency so that we as a council can actually say, we've gone to the people that have been involved with this and we've made a decision based on what they actually want, knowing the facts. Instead of us, we just keep pushing on, and there's a lot of noise about it. But the thing that I'm also interested to know is that we talk about how much money that has already been spent, but what I'd really love to know, which I thought Councillor Hardman was going to draw out yesterday, is you said that we've spent £4 million already on it. What I'd love to know, and I've seen the spreadsheets and whatever, thank you, Councillor Perks, that you've shared. But what I'd love to know is that knowing through the lengthy process that we've been going through, that the whole time that this project has been on the table, there's been extensive number of officers that have been involved. And I'm also aware that that officer time has been cross-charged to the project. So what I'd really like to know is out of that £4 million, how much has actually been spent and how much of that has been purely cross-charged officer time, because obviously that does make, you know, a substantial difference really to that.
Just to say, I'll allow it that time, but if we can try and let officers finish the point, because I know you're building a narrative of what was going on. So Rachel, sorry, and then I'll bring Carl in. Sorry.
So I'll come back to those points, Councillor. But I was just going on to say that obviously recognising the borrowing position, we then looked at opportunities of how could we continue to deliver the bridge, recognising that consultation did take place some time ago, recognising it's an existing cabinet mandate to get on and do this, and recognising the policy elements, and that we are quite a long way down the line, and therefore there is an expectation that the bridge is going to be built, and we have now have a contractor who's ready to go. If we don't press the button on that, the cost will only go up, because that's life. So we looked at what other funding is available, and that's where we recommended use of the local transport grant. It's a bit under 10% of the overall local transport grant that we've got for the next 4 years. The local transport grant is very much aimed around accessibility and inclusivity, and so the bridge actually meets a lot of the criteria that the local transport grant has. In terms of the spend to date, it's not just officer time, it's early engagement from contractors to understand, to develop a design, but also understand how deliverable that is, to take the process through planning, to acquire land. So there's the percentage of officer time I couldn't tell you, we can go away and get that, absolutely, but it will be a small percentage of, because the majority of it will be around design, early contractor involvement, land and securing planning permission. There's also some small works that have gone on as well around footway and crossing in that area, but absolutely we can provide you with that percentage of how much officer time there is.
Just Carl first, and yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Joe. I just wanted to touch on the point you made around honesty. I have a fairly good memory, but I will be honest, I can't remember if I have spoken to this in this chamber, in this forum, or not. But I have absolutely spoken with local members and this side and well, reform and non-reform, about what the implications of that Section 106 monies are. I do worry sometimes that, and I alluded to this yesterday, well, I didn't allude, I said it, I do worry sometimes that when I speak, people are thinking more about the next question that they want to ask as opposed to listening to what I'm saying, and so perhaps it hasn't been understood in the past. What those local members have then chosen to do with that information, I can't comment to, but in this forum and the question of honesty, I have been accused of being overly honest. I assure you I have spoken to this, and I'm glad that you got to see the email and the spreadsheet that documented it.
Emma? Sorry.
Chairman, thank you. First of all, to come back to Councillor Perks, and I probably chose my wording incorrectly, because I can assure you that I do listen to every word that you say in the chamber, and I'm not at all distracted about the next question that I'm going to have. And I wouldn't say I hang on your every word, but as you know, I remember what you say, as well as listening to what you say. Honesty was probably the wrong word to use, because I wasn't suggesting that anybody was dishonest. It's more to educate, if you like, in this case, the residents of Evesham, to say what Section 106 money is. And it's not just a pot of money that you can just use on whatever you think. It's a legal agreement that says this money can only be used on this project. And therefore, if this project does not go ahead as per the legal agreement, it goes back to the developers. So that's all I meant. I probably meant a wrong choice of words. But the people of Evesham, if you did a survey of however many people of Evesham, they would definitely not realise that it's either Hampton Bridge or the 4 million goes back to the developers. So I think that's our job really, if we wanted to say, you know, do we go ahead with this, is to do this. And certainly picking up on Rachel's point, you know, I'm very aware and have been very frustrated, which was what I was trying to draw out yesterday in the particular motion, that yes, you're absolutely right. I don't think SWDP R51 yesterday was the one that is Hampton Bridge, because I think that was actually something to do with Parkway, whichever new town. So maybe it was the SWDP as opposed to the SWDPR, which is obviously what we'll be using. I wasn't aware that that was within the SWDPR, but nevertheless, you're absolutely correct, is that planning applications are being approved and they are coming back from county as the statutory consultee for highways to say that they can be approved because Hampton Bridge will be in there. And furthermore, further money is going into that 4 million of Section 106 that if we don't go ahead with Hampton Bridge, would go back to the developers. I've actually interjected in that to make sure that any Section 106 is going further have got flexibility in there, so that if we didn't go ahead with Hampton Bridge, it's not ending up in that pocket of money that's going to go back to the developers. So thank you both. Thank you very much for that. I do really appreciate that. I would really love to see, Rachel, of that 4 million, how much is what we've actually paid? Because as you say about land acquisition, we know that a piece of land, albeit a small land, has been given by Wychavon on covenant. So, you know, to know how much has been spent, that would be wonderful. But back to, that's been so useful. Thank you, everybody. But back to sort of the original question around us transferring that fund, and again, thank you for the explanation of that funding, that it's 10% of the local transport grant. But what are we going to expect to see in the fact that if it's £150,000 or whatever per division, that's going to be a reduction, which is that 10%, what will we actually see in real terms on the ground, if you like, that 10% of that local transport grant has been redirected?
Thank you. So the local transport grant isn't broken down by division. No. It's an amount of money that comes to Worcestershire, and how we allocate the remainder of that, some of that will be linked to local transport plan, because that makes sense. What are some of the priorities in there? And some of that will be linked to other priorities, transport priorities. So not all of it is committed, because it's a fairly new fund. So the funding that we had in the current year has been committed, but for future years, not all of it is committed. So there are opportunities for us to look at how do we use that fund moving forward. We're just getting more and more information from the DFT about the processes that we need to go through around that.
And so if I may, Chairman, just to confirm, so what sort of thing have we used that money for in the past, or using it for at the moment, that we might not be able to then do because we've redirected that money to Hampton Bridge?
This is new money, so it's not funding that we've had in the past. We had some this year. That's primarily gone into things like packages of footways, packages of dropped curb improvements, so smaller infrastructure improvements, primarily in the current year. But it's new money. This really fell out of the cancellation of elements of nationally, the cancellation of elements of HS2, and because of our proximity to the elements that were cancelled, Worcestershire ended up with more funding than many other areas across the country.
So really, in summary, it's your belief that there won't be any negative effect of redirecting this money, but it will mean that it will make Hampton Bridge more viable.
It makes Hampton Bridge more affordable because we don't have to borrow money, and it's a good use of the funding because it meets the criteria that the funding sets out. And I think it's helpful to have the clarity from Council yesterday. Whether I understand that people do still have questions, because as I say, if we don't progress with the scheme, pretty much I'm getting pressure daily. The costs will continue to rise on the scheme. The contractor can't hold prices for forever. Thank you.
Carl?
Can I just make just one quick point on that? We are still going to be using some borrowing for Hampton Bridge. We haven't taken all of the borrowing into grant. There's, again, off the top of my head, around 1.8 million remaining in borrowing for the scheme.
Carl?
I was going to call it 2, but thank you, Steph. That was part of what I was going to say. The other thing that I just wanted to re-stress, and everybody in this room is likely already aware of it, so I'm sorry I am teaching at suck eggs on this, but the fact that the motion did go through yesterday with the approval to use that grant means that we are a significant step towards having a compliant budget, whereas otherwise I suspect we'd likely be having a very different conversation today. I just wanted to stress that point again.
Before I bring Alan in, just to clarify a couple of points. So 10% of the budget is being used in Evesham, so Hampton Bridges, isn't it? Which is quite a considerable amount of the fund. And whilst some of the questions were about what it could be used for, so in theory it could used to be anything on highways, the grant.
It's transport related, so it's not just on purely on highways. It's wider transport. The DFT are actually putting a number of different funding streams together to come up with an integrated transport delivery programme, and we need to submit some further details on that by the end of March. Looking at Emily, by the end of March. So it pulls together things like the bus service improvement programme funding, the new local transport grant, the highways maintenance capital funding, and the electric vehicle, low emissions electric vehicle charging funding, plus active travel. Thank you, Steph. So it pulls a whole host of transport infrastructure related funding together, and I think the total of that, bear with me, I've got a sheet here, the capital funding on that is £232 million over the next 4 years.
So, sorry, just to clarify on that point, so we can do less of that stuff in the future by using that grant on Hampton Bridge. We could do more if we didn't use the grant on Hampton Bridge.
It's a new grant that doesn't have any other commitments.
Yeah,
the bridge is exactly the sort of thing that the grant is there to do.
But would we use 10% in one area? I just think that's what I'm trying to
get. I don't know, because we've not had it before.
And then the final point on that point is, why didn't we use more of it then to ensure that we don't have any borrowing?
We are proposing to use it. So one of the other areas that was covered yesterday was around Redditch Station, where there is some further public realm improvement works that could take place around the station to improve that access. And the proposal would be to use some of the local transport grant potentially on a possible scheme there. We can use it on some of the smaller infrastructure things around, if we've got a package of dropped curbs, if we've got a package of specific footway improvements that aren't covered as part of our wider footway programme, we could use it for things like that. It's new. You know, the 66 million from 26, 27 onwards for the next 4 years is not all committed. So absolutely, we have looked at the existing capital programme and said, where could the grant be used?
Alan and then Chris.
Thank you. Unless you're going on about Hampton Bridge.
I'm doing Hampton Bridge.
Okay, you want finish that off before I...
Because this is me being forgetful as well. So yeah, if we keep going, Chris on Hampton Bridge, and then we'll answer Emma's point on the two. Did you want to come back on what I said? Sorry, Carl. If you, yeah. Sorry. We'll excuse my poor chairing. We'll go back to Carl, and then if you've got a question on Hampton Bridge, Chris, we'll come to you, and then we need to answer the other 2 points that Emma asked earlier, and I'll be more I'll remember more in the future.
Thank you, Chair. Rachel did, at the end, pick up on something that I wanted to say, in as much as that collective pot is new, and I think maybe a reframed way of looking at it is, whilst arguably it is still monies from council tax, it's come through from grant from central government and devolved organisations, this doesn't impact Worcestershire County Council taxpayers directly. So we're all here for the same thing. We're all here for the benefit of our residents. Had we not have looked to utilise this grant, then those monies, and again back to Councillor Kears's point earlier, could unfortunately have gone back to the developer at a cost directly to the taxpayer, as well as meaning that we don't have a compliant budget. So this is a way of us delivering the least bad option in the most preferential way for our residents. And it is a new pot of money. We've not had this before. It is there, as has been spoken to, for the benefit of all residents, and we're using it to benefit the residents so that we're not paying a developer for nothing. I don't know if that helps reframe it, but thank you.
Chris?
My apologies in advance, because I'm going to pick maybe... I'm thinking some of my points may have been made, but I'm sort of just delving a little bit deeper, and I'm just picking a little bit at what you've just said there, Carl, I'm afraid. Apologies in advance for this. I mean, just look at the figures we have here. In terms of, if I say sort of the costs to us of cancellation is fundamentally the real cost of 3.7 million approximately, which would go back to developers. That's the real cost in terms of, yeah, okay? Yeah. Okay, so there's the fundamental, this 3.7 million which would go back to developers, so that's money which is going out of our accounts in terms of real money movement out of our accounts. There's this, we have a 4.1 million cost, which is the money we've spent to date. Now, the cost in terms of cancellation is a moving of money from one ledger sheet to another, so it goes onto the revenue budget, which is seen as a problem for us balancing our budget. However, it's a movement of money from one ledger sheet to another, and not a real movement of money out of the council, because this is money that's already been spent, so there is no movement of money. This is okay, we're now moving it from one place to another. So, I mean, I was just going to ask about sort of the future plan. We have a 8.9 million borrowing. So I'm ignoring for the moment the 6 million. We have the 8.9 million, 4.5 million grant. A question I was going to ask actually specifically on that grant. So if it got cancelled, that 4.5 million would go. So that effectively would go back. That's a question. So the cost to us is the effective cost going forward, ignoring the 6 million, is 8.9 million. That's kind of my question on that in terms of that. So I was just going to dig very slightly more into this 6 million. I mean, the comment has been made, oh, we don't have any plans. It doesn't change what we do in the future, but this is money that if we cancel the bridge, we would still have this 6 million money, and there are lots of things in terms of like we're talking smaller scale things. What I was going to ask on this specifically is this 6 million rather than more from that grant that was asked. Why not more? Is this specifically active travel money, and therefore that is why this is going there. And I'm sort of thinking, are there? I said this is a loaded question. I'm going to say the answer to this is yes. Are there other active travel things we could do with that money? My apologies, I say I'm picking a little bit. Some of those questions may have been answered.
Steph?
Thank you. I'll try and answer the technical financial questions, and then I'll pass back to others on the what could we do in detail. So the scheme so far has used predominantly Section 106 money and council other grant type funding. So to date, we have spent over the period of time, including this financial year, because obviously it's too late to stop things that are already in train for this financial year. We've only got a couple of months left. We will have spent in totality 4.1 million. So cash out the bank. Now we've technically spent 4.1 million on a bridge that will never happen if we cease it. In accounting terms, you cannot use capital funding for a scheme that's aborted because the asset never arrives. So it's not capital if there's not an asset that arrives. So that cost immediately has to be treated on the revenue account. So the impact of that is, rather than have a mortgage for 20 years that you pay the 4 million back, you have to buy your house today. So we've got to find £4 million today to account for it today, because it's not an asset and it has to be treated as revenue. So that's the first thing. So rather than spread that cost of £4 million over a mortgage period, that's normally how we account for capital. You've got to pay for it today. That's the accounting treatment number one. The fact that the majority of that was funded by Section 106 meant that we didn't have to have a mortgage because we had the cash from the developers. So the developers paid us the majority of that, and we paid their money out to somebody to go and do some work on a bridge. So that money's come and gone. If we don't do the bridge, the developer will say we have not delivered against the commitment that money was given to us for. So the fact that we've spent it, as far as the developers are concerned, it's irrelevant. We've then got to find 3.7 million again to pay the developers, plus inflation, because we've been going on with this for the last probably 4.5 years. So whatever the money was, probably £4 million 4 years ago, is worth more money now. So if they'd have invested it, they would have had interest on their investment. So the developer will say, we've given you money over the last 5 years, and you haven't done with that money what we expected you to do, because you've spent money on a bridge that's now not a bridge. So we will then have to find again that 4.1 million. So we've spent it, can't account for it, but we've got to spend it again because I've got to give it to them back. So that is the real cost to the council's revenue account in this financial year, is around £7.8 million, because we've got to account for now the money that we've spent, and we've got no bridge, and we've got to pay 3.7 million back. So that's the true feeling cost on our revenue account. The second question was relating to why are we not using the whole, and unfortunately all these numbers seem to be very coincidentally the same. The 6 million of the grant plus 1.8 million of the grant, technically we could use 7.8 million. It's the same number as before, but it's coincidentally the same number. Why are we not using more of the local transport grant than the 6 million we've requested? Absolutely, for the point that's been made, we want to be able to demonstrate that we're using the grant on a number of different things, because if the DFT say you're putting it all on one scheme, they may say, well, we're giving you that for the whole of Worcestershire rather than just on one scheme. So yes, we potentially could fight for another 1.8 million from the grant, but we felt that it was the right thing to do to have 80% of it from the grant and 20% from our own resources. And what we are doing is looking at what additionality do we need to do for that grant? Because again, the DFT are going to be looking at us and saying, what additionality is this bringing? Because we'd already planned to do Hampton Bridge, so that's not an additionality. That's a scheme, it meets the criteria, absolutely, and they're quite happy for us to use it on Hampton Bridge. But what they wouldn't be happy with us doing is using all of that grant on schemes that we'd already committed, because they want to see transformational activities within Worcestershire on things that aren't currently in our plan to do, and that's what the team is doing at the moment. So when they gave us the allocations of funding, they've done something helpful in the fact that they're giving us one pot of money for what was a number of different things. But they are still expecting us to spend the money on the different things, even though they're giving us one check. I'm showing my age now. One check for a lot of money. They're saying within that check, not only have we added it all together, so we only have to pay you one check rather than 12, we want you to be doing active travel, we want you to be doing buses, we want you to be doing integrated transport, we want you to make sure that you're looking at the railway strategy, we want you to look at integrated transport strategies, we want you to be looking at pavements, we want you to be looking at ensuring the safety of women and girls when they're travelling around the county in vulnerable areas, etc. So yes, they're merging all the money together and giving it to us once, but they're also giving us a list of criteria that we need to be able to demonstrate we're following. So it's not as easy as it first looks. And actually the element for active transport is lower in 26-27 than it was in 25-26. So they are prioritising other things. And Councillor Perks mentioned the pavements and walking and cycling. All of that is within that transport block as well. So there's lots of things that we can do with it, and the team at the moment are looking to what's the best use of that resource across the whole of Worcestershire. And yes, there might be elements of it in the north, elements of it in Evesham, but it'll be based on the requirements of the different areas, and 1 year might be different. You might be spending 10 million in Evesham in 1 year and 20 million in Redditch the next. It's all about demand and getting the best value for our money on the best value schemes that we can. But all of this has to be signed off by central government through the DFT.
Thank you. I don't know if Rachel also wants to add in a point. If you want to let Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick point really around active travel and the point that was made about active travel. So within the wider integrated transport funding that we've got from the DFT, there is a specific amount for active travel, and that's to almost sort of ring fence that can only be spent. Whilst there's some flexibility within the local transport grant to be spent on those things, there is a specific active travel amount of money. So hopefully that gives some assurance around that. And clearly priorities around spend for that will link back to the local cycling and walking infrastructure plans, the LC WIPs.
Carl?
Thank you, Chair. Two points. I just wanted to clarify some of the language that was used. Chris, you said if Hampton happens, that ship sailed. So it absolutely is happening. There's no question around that. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then with your permission, Chair, I'd like to ask a question. Thank you.
Depends who of.
Well, it's open, but of Chris in particular on this point, but it is an open question. I've mentioned a number of times now about the fact that this has led to us having a compliant budget. we're going to have further conversations, I imagine, about other aspects of the budget and what's to come. I just want to ask the question of, as a local member and local members, do you know what it is should we end up falling into a Section 114? Do you know what the implications are for us as a council, us for future projects, us as individually elected members? I'm happy to go into it if not, but I'd just like to know for the purpose of continuing this conversation, because I think it is important.
Open-ended question then, because Plan B, C is about what we're about to come onto about what happens if you don't get thingy. So it could be both ways. We don't really ask questions of scrutiny members, but if Chris wants to answer the question.
Sorry, I'm happy to reply to it. It may not be an answer, but my reply to it is that I did mention in the pre-meeting that sort of we have slide 16, which says about Section 114, which I've read all of that. So whether that answers your question, but it's a reply. So.
Try and draw Hampton Bridge to a bit of a close. So, Emma, I know wants to, but has anyone else got a question on Hampton Bridge? So, Louis first, Emma then, because sorry, just Louis first, because Louis hasn't asked the question yet. So.
Okay, can I just say another question, which is sort of a little bit aligned to what Chris was saying about, well, what is the opportunity cost of if you weren't spending this money on Hampton Bridge? And by the way, I am actually very supportive of it. It's active travel. Joining up communities of a town sounds fantastic. But surely the point we really need to know is, with these significant pots of money we're getting from central government, which is fantastic for investment, I suppose what I'm feeling from other people as well is, well, where is the strategic plan of what we could be spending this money on? And I think LTP4 is some years ago, and I think at a previous scrutiny meeting, I got reassurances from people like Emily Barker saying, yes, we are now starting to work on LTP5, but when we have that document and that strategic work done, we will have then a list of projects and it will all have been discussed and everyone will be involved and all the rest of it. So my question really is, yes, it's great to hear that is started and the work's happening, but is there now a timetable of when it will happen? Because that should give people reassurances then that when we get to the end of having LTP5 agreed, there is actually still some money left, that we haven't just picked the money out of the pocket of the money that would have been spent on LTP5. If something's happening in, say, the next 6 months, it'd be fantastic to see it, so that we can actually have some knowledge and ability to say, well, actually, a strategic plan is going to be coming forward, lots more involvement will happen in, and it will be a strategic plan of how we're going to spend the money. So a timetable would be really helpful to know.
Yeah, I'm absolutely happy to pick that up. And Emily, if I trip up on anything, then please correct me afterwards. But the time frame as it is at the moment is the general consultation will be ready towards the end of this year, early part of next, for wider member discussions. However, between then, now and then, there will be discussions going on with relevant districts and community groups to get involvement on what it is that matters to each individual area. By no means is it myself and the officers in isolation that's going to be doing this. So in terms of a time frame for the wider consumption, it's towards the end of this year, if not early part of next. But at local member, more so I suppose if it's if you're involved in district, but there is district and wider participation before the end of the year.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything, Emily, to that? Or?
I think Carl's covered that off very well. It's worth saying that the first sort of next step on this is for the contract, because it will be done with consultants, is to go to commercial board, and that is scheduled for this month.
Emma,
Yeah, thank you. And it's more, not so much a question, more than a statement, actually, which everybody would be happy to know that this will hopefully bring Hampton Bridge to a close. But it has been extremely... yeah, quite. You've got to be built first. But yeah, it's been extremely useful to have this. Thank you both very much for everything that you've said on it. And I think really back to Councillor McSweeney's sort of question about where else could we use the money? Well, let's remember, we talk about the £4 million Section 106 money. That was for development, but that's development that's already taken place. On the basis that we would have Hampton Bridge, we have a moral obligation to actually do what it's exactly the same as saying that you're going to have 3,000 houses and you need to have 2 schools and then just deciding to not build the schools. We've got a moral obligation to the people of Evesham and the surrounding to actually build this bridge, and I'm extremely pleased with where we've got to and to then be using this grant funding. But I'm absolutely at dismay to know why the local ward members don't want it to actually happen. But yeah, it's to remember Section 106 money is because a development has happened and it's something that's deemed necessary to have that development. And so it's remembering we've got a moral obligation. And so I'm very pleased with what I've heard today. Thank you all.
I think it has been good that we've got some of those answers to questions today. Just to go back on the 2 points then on highways reorganisation and the use of consultants, if possible, please.
Thank you. So I'll pick up on the highways restructure. So this is a revenue saving, and the proposed revenue saving is £170,000. This is very much focused around our highways operations structure. So it doesn't include the highways liaison officers and the highways liaison function that everybody is very familiar with and I think really values. It does not include that. It is our pure highways maintenance, highways operations. Last year we brought a number of services into the highways operations function that weren't previously. You may have thought they were, but they weren't. So things like street lighting, and flood risk management, those sat slightly outside of the highways operations function. We have got Elliot Pritchard here, who's the head of highways operations, so I will ask him to just clarify any additional points in a moment. But this is no degradation of service. So what Elliot has done is looked at, having now taken on responsibility for areas such as street lighting, and flood risk management, and recognising that we've got a number of vacancies that exist within the structure. We've also got a number of areas where we've got not quite single points of failure, but where we need to strengthen some expertise or strengthen some management capacity and capability to make it more resilient. We also have a number of interim arrangements, as is often the way, where you've got some people who are acting up into certain positions. So this restructure is to try and make good all of those things. It is no reduction in service. We don't envisage any reduction in service. We've looked at where we get capital funding, because a considerable portion of that structure is funded through capital monies, whether that's our own capital monies for highways maintenance and footways, or whether that's DFT or external funding and revenue, and we are confident that we can deliver that 170 recurring savings without any degradation of service. I'll just ask Elliot if there's anything additional that he wants to add, if that's okay.
Sorry, I don't think so, Rachel. I think you've covered that perfectly. You've covered more than all the points I've written on my page, so yeah.
Just to do the bit on the consultants as well, because I think that overall envelope will probably help. So.
Okay, so the consultants are in the highways development management space, so within Emily Barker's world. So this is where we have people who are looking at the highways implications of planning applications. We currently only have a few internal staff. We've got a lot of vacancies in this space, and we've had those for many years. We've tried to recruit many years ago and failed to recruit. So we have become extremely reliant on consultants. I think the reality is we are always going to have to use an element of consultancy in this space. We're not going to be able to get rid of it completely because there are peaks and troughs. But one of the things that Emily and I are really keen to do is to, and we have tried again, is to try and recruit and also develop our own officers in this space. Why wouldn't we want to try and do that? So this is very much around a recruit to save, not necessarily completely eliminating the use of consultants. However, recruitment is challenging. We've been out to recruit once. We're currently going through the process again. We are likely to have to apply market forces to try and attract and retain the right candidates. We want to try and give elements of career progression. And I think the more we can do that, the more likely we are to try and be able to attract the right candidates and potentially grow our own. So it's something that we aspire to do, we're trying to do. Why wouldn't we try and do this? But it is not about completely eliminating the use of consultants.
Did you have anything else to add to that, Emily? Sorry.
It's probably just also worth adding that it is not a uniquely Worcestershire problem. We are in regular contacts with Highways Development Management in neighbouring counties and also wider, and they are struggling with exactly the same issue. Where anybody does manage to successfully recruit anybody at that, particularly at that more experienced level, it generally means that we are poaching somebody from another authority, and so on the cycle goes round. We have just finished, as Rachel said, a recruitment. We had the post open for a number of months. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to attract anybody to the senior roles. The better news is that we have got some quality applicants for less experienced posts. We are taking those through the system. We are likely to focus on this growing our own approach to enable us to build up the skills. But it does mean we will also, as Rachel said, need consultants in there to manage the peaks and troughs.
Yeah, Emma?
Chairman, thank you. I completely agree with everything that you've said. You know, it's absolutely evident that we can't get the people. Yes, there will always be a need for a certain level of consultants because of the certain things, like you say, the peaks and troughs, but also certain specialities. But exactly as you say, we can't get the people. We've got a lot of vacancies at the moment. We aren't able to recruit. And Rachel, as you said, this is an aspiration to not rely as much on consultants. So, which is, I completely applaud all of that. You know, I've spoken at this panel before about we need to prioritise and plan much better for succession planning, and particularly when we know somebody's going to retire, that we then don't get the presents out for them and then suddenly decide to recruit. So I think there's a lot more that we can do, and I completely support everything that you're aspiring to do. But on that basis, that's why I'm surprised that we're actually putting it into the budget as a saving, and it's a saving that really we're pretty sure that we're not going to be able to achieve because it's only an aspiration. So I absolutely agree with everything that you want to do wholeheartedly, and growing from within, and that's where hopefully we should get our best people. But I can't see how it's actually going to be a saving, and particularly in this budget when we know that we can't necessarily do it. But also a concern for me is that, again, as you know, that I've spoken about on this subject at this panel before, we're starting from a base that we're not doing what we need to be doing, and we're not doing it very well at the moment. So if anything, in the short term, we're probably to get to better levels, or if we are going to get to better levels, we probably actually in the short term need to use more consultants to be able to do the responses as we need. So yeah, that's it really. Absolutely with you as to where we are, but surprised that we're actually counting it as a saving.
Just to help to put it into a proper question. So, what confidence level have you got on this saving? Sorry, because if as has been given, that it doesn't sound like it's potentially 100% achievable. What is the confidence level that we'll get this saving? Thank you.
I think, as Emily said, we've got some good applicants for some of the The more junior posts where we haven't managed to secure that quality of applicants for the senior posts, that doesn't mean that we won't. And this 120k is not all of our consultancy spend by any stretch. This is only a portion of. If I was to apply a risk rating, I would say it's amber. We have a plan. Have we delivered on that plan yet? No. But we're not even into the new financial year as yet. So I've got a degree of confidence. I think we need to try a number of different, maybe try some alternative recruitment routes, and maybe be a little bit more creative and imaginative around recruitment. And we may have to accept that we're going to have to pay more to train people up. But I'm reasonably confident that we may get there.
Thank you, and just while we're on this topic, I'll be a bit selfish and thank Emily and the team for coming to Bromsgrove District Council on Monday. It was really appreciated. Alan, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I've been quite patient, which is unusual for me. Yes, Emily, thank you for coming to Bromsgrove District Council, echo that. But I'd just like to concentrate on page 23 and just take forward what Emma's been saying here, quite articulated a lot of my concerns. Just one question first off on page 19. Has Worcestershire On Demand been taken into account within there? Because we spent a lot of money to try to improve the service, roll it out. Have we got the revenues within there? But that's not my main question. Just going on particularly to page 23 and going on from what Emma was saying on points 3, 4 and 5, concerns are echoed there of what I have, that we are reducing staff and we're trying to reduce consultants. We've got a problem, as we've just rightly said, in trying to get staff in, so we're going to be more heavily reliant upon consultants, and we're quite confident that we're going to get that in place. I think helping us as a panel here to go forward, I think we're being misinterpreted in this plan B. I think I'd like to get the plan B off the table for this particular issue and talk about more what if and a risk planning for this, because we've clearly got a what if is what happens if we don't get this. So there's some scenario planning if we don't get the staff, if we don't get them in, and particularly the risk associated with that. So we can monitor here what these reductions are and are we going to achieve them? Because we are, as you know, under severe financial pressure. If this isn't happening, then we need to be able to react to it. And as an ONS, we need to help you reacting to that. So I think there's something to come from here about a what if and a risk management. And I think I'd like something to come forward on the next ONS about, are we achieving points certainly 2, 3 and 4, and then taking it forward into the income from highway development. Clearly, there's a lot of work going on. I've raised a lot of issues within Bromsgrove District. I've been talking to other members here about getting the income in from the local planning authority, robbing Peter to pay Paul. However, I think there's something here which can be taken forward, and we've got obviously in here 100,000 in getting that income in. Obviously, we need to be doing that, and there's a lot to go forward to try to get that in this year. And obviously there must be a plan, otherwise we wouldn't have put it in. So I think that ought to come before ONS on how we're going to achieve that, because I'm not quite sure how we're going to achieve that income unless we're all talking together as districts and members here. So clearly there's some thoughts there which I take, but I've got something else I'd like to raise with the panel, but I'd like those answered first.
Just before I pass to Steph, we will continue to monitor these savings every single scrutiny meeting and ensure that they're on track. But Steph's going to come in. Sorry.
Could we have a risk management plan associated with?
We do, Councillor. So if I just go back to the savings that were approved by Council yesterday, the staffing reductions in economy, they are all vacant posts, and the vacant posts have been vacant for, to my knowledge, nearly a year now. And what we have done is, following the government's deprioritisation of local enterprise partnerships, LEPs. The government gave the responsibility for economic development to county councils, a accountable body, rather than LEPs. What we've done within the economy area, because that's in obviously economy section, is looked at what do we need to continue to do that we are very good at doing here in Worcestershire in business development and economic development, and what don't we need to do. And as you can imagine, there was a team who worked for the LEP and there was a team that worked for the local authority. Once the grant for the LEP ended, we needed to look at how can we continue doing the excellent work that that team does with reduced money. And what we had was a number of people leave the council, a number of people leave the LEP. We've then restructured that team and brought the two teams into one ultimate management under Gary Woodman, our Assistant Director. And the two posts within economy, which have been vacant for 12 months, there was a decision that we didn't need to fill those because we can continue to deliver the activities, not only with our own funding, but also picking up, Councillor's point earlier on, external funding through UK's Shared Prosperity Fund and also other central government funding. So we've basically not rationalised but reorganised the team into one team to deliver these activities. Those posts have not been filled. So that's the third one on your list. That's the staffing reductions in economy that you mentioned. We've just talked about use of consultants, so I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said on that. And the increase in income for highways development is actually 10,000, not 100,000. So I think that's quite easy to achieve, quite frankly, based on our income. We're already overachieving it this financial year, so it's just making that overachievement permanent into future financial years. Regarding your point about risk assessment, if I can turn your attention back to page 4 of the slide deck, where you've got something that looks like a rainbow if you've got it printed in colours, otherwise it just looks like a load of strange lines if it's in black and white. But slide 4 is actually the council-wide risk assessment of savings for 25-26. So for 26-27, you'll have something very similar to that at this scrutiny panel. But what I also do is I pick on each of the individual savings where they're not being delivered. So as you can see on that particular slide deck there, economy and infrastructure has 1.4, can't read in these glasses, it's the wrong glasses, 1.496 million in the current financial year that's been delivered, so that's cash out, we're not spending the money, it's happened. You've got 300,000 which is due to be completed by the end of this financial year, and we're on track to deliver that, and 142,000 that's not yet due to be, well, not 100% due to be delivered. We think there's a bit of a risk, but during period 9 and period 10 we'll be having a lot of focus on that. So what I can say to you, Councillor, is that we do have that risk assessment, it's there, and any areas that are red, what we do through this panel, and you probably haven't seen them because we haven't had any red areas, but any panels that have had red ones, there's an analysis of why they're red and what the Directorate is doing to mitigate against that red and what alternative savings they've identified. So this panel hasn't had that because we haven't been in that situation, but I can absolutely guarantee you that the other panel, where there is a red, which you can see on there, is Children's Services. They have a review on a scrutiny from their scrutiny panel on a quarterly basis on what we're doing to alleviate that red. So the quick answer is not a problem, we do it anyway. And I will be continuing to bring that quarterly update on the position, including savings, so that you can be comforted as a scrutiny panel that officers and the administration are delivering against those. And where they're not delivering for any reason, there's an alternative strategy, and all of those will obviously be discussed with this panel. There was a question, I think, about Plan B to any of the savings and what we're doing, and I think that's going to be covered in our conversation, which is now we're calling the Plan C. So I'll stop on that one until we get to that item on the agenda. But I think that covers all the questions you raised, Councillor.
Alan?
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair, just come back. I did ask a question about Worcestershire on-demand revenue, but just on that point you made, yes, you've given us an element of risk here, but there's no risk management of it. And you say you're going to bring it forward. Okay, happy with that, but I'd like that to come forward with it as a risk management plan to say if we don't achieve it, how are we going to achieve it? So it's fine to say, well, we're going to try to, we've got 142,000 here we want to achieve, but what happens if we don't, and how are we going to manage that risk? That's the bit which I think we should be taking forward from here as well. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I've let Steph come in again on it, but my understanding was that if we don't get the achieved, if we're not looking like we're going to get it achieved, it would go in red, and therefore it would be brought back to us with those explanations of why it hasn't happened.
And with a plan.
With a plan and how to achieve something out. And I think we're all talking about the same thing.
That's exactly right. So the risk management plan. I suppose I'm going to be a little facetious, but that's just me. My risk management plan at the moment to the Directorate is just achieve it. Do as you're told and achieve it. Cabinet have set the requirement to make that saving. Council have set the budget. Just achieve it. What happens is if it goes from amber to red, then it's obvious that it's not going to be achieved for the reasons that they will articulate. What we will then very, very clearly have is what else are you going to do to achieve it? Because I'm not going to just take, I'm going to overspend by 142,000 as an answer. It's what else are you doing to achieve your 142,000? So absolutely, if I felt, and the Chief Finance Officer felt, and the Director felt, that was going to go from amber to red, we would have a risk management action plan. And that would obviously come to scrutiny and be part of the Cabinet report. At this moment in time, I'm comforted that the officers are doing what they need to do on that particular saving to get it from amber to green. If it goes from amber to red, that's a different story. So within children's services, as I mentioned, there is very clearly a saving that's red, and that is due to the Vale Lodge saving that we are reviewing. Now, that has been read all year, and the management action plan is that they are doing other things. All the savings have been progressed, and the red bit of Vale Lodge has gone down from 800 to 400. But the red is red. It's not going to change, it's red. So, and children's services are overspending, and that overspend is partly due to that red. So absolutely, if there was any areas that we felt were tipping into red, you would have a management action plan. Categorically can agree with you that would be a necessity, and we have them where they are red.
Thank you for that. And then on the Worcestershire on demand.
Yes. Sorry, I keep forgetting that. It's as if I don't want to answer it. But I'll forget. Yes, it does include the expenditure and income relating to Worcestershire on demand. It's part of the home to school transport area for the bit that's to do with home to school transport, and it's also part of the main area is part of the passenger transport operations line within the report. So yes, it's included. It's a very key and integral part of both the home to school and the passenger transport budget. And we have our head of service behind me here just ready to answer any specific questions there might be on demand.
If you wanted to add anything at all, or
No, I think Steph's pretty much covered it off. It appears in the gross expenditure, but is netted off by the grant income that we receive from it. So it's fully funded by our previous BSIP allocation and our new local bus grant allocations from the Department for Transport.
we've got Anthony and then Emma.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to these long-term job vacancies we have in departments, could we invest in people within the council and fund them to become qualified rather than keep looking for people? Is that something we do, or can we do it?
We absolutely do. We have an apprenticeship programme. We have the apprenticeship levy, which every local authority has access to. We have to account for that on an annual basis. And for example, in finance, I've got probably 12, if not 15 people doing training funded by that apprenticeship levy. And also I've got people that we use our own budget for to invest in to train. So absolutely, that's common practice within the council. We do a lot of internal training, on the job training, for want of a better phrase, where we do shadowing, mentoring, buddying, people coming to meetings to learn what it's like to do the job above the job you're doing before you end up doing the job that you want to do above the job you're doing. So all of those opportunities are available. And one of the conversations that Rachel had earlier on was very much about grow your own. And growing your own, to me, is taking people in at the lower recruitment level, your sort of scale 4, 5, the sort of 20 grand a year job levels, and sort of giving those the external training for qualifications if that's necessary, internal training on how to do the job, management training on how to be a manager, finance training, how to balance a budget, all of those sorts of things we provide internally to grow our own. And again, in finance terms, one of our finance business partners started off as an apprentice and did their apprenticeship here with Worcestershire, and is now a fully qualified accountant in a finance business partner role. And she's doing famously and fabulously well, having been grown up and trained here at Worcestershire. So absolutely, that is something that's key to all of us.
Yeah, thanks for that. So with regards to I think it was 4 jobs that have been vacant now for a year. I mean, is it applicable to those? Are we looking to get people trained up internally rather than just keeping our fingers crossed and expecting, hoping someone's going to come down the road at some point?
Yes, that's absolutely the case. That's where we're looking at recruiting people with less skills and experience so that we can develop that up. We're also looking at using the apprenticeships as well as alongside that. And there are courses at relevant universities that they can attend to do that. We're also in conversations with our wider regional highways development management partners who are experiencing exactly the same problem, being able to have learning experiences across a bit of a wider geography as well. So that is an area that we're focusing on as much as we can.
Thank you for that. So realistically, these job vacancies, long-term job vacancies, at what point do you think we can fill those internally? If we're having this training continuing?
I'm interviewing this afternoon. I don't know if that helps. And that is for 2 posts that fall completely within that category. And we're then planning to go out again shortly, later in the spring, to recruit to get. Obviously, we need permission first, but then we hope to be able to recruit to at least 2 other roles of a similar nature.
Okay, thank you for that.
Emma? Sure.
Chairman, thank you. Just quickly going back on Councillor Bale's point about forgetting Worcestershire on demand, it's certainly not forgotten in my division. I promote it at every opportunity, so much so it's now actually called in my division Emma's Bus. So thank you very much for that. It's a fantastic initiative. Just a quick question for Steph, please. You mentioned about that we were using UK SPF. Am I incorrect in thinking that that has come to an end now?
You're not incorrect. You are correct. We still have it in this financial year, it is not currently planned to be continued into the future. However, the government hasn't yet announced all its new grants and schemes for next financial year, and we've had notification of a lot of grants, yes. We've yet to have notification of anything that they're doing instead of that's relevant to economic development and business growth. They've given us funding for our growth hub, which was welcomed, slightly higher than 25-26, but we haven't yet had any notification of anything else, whether they're going to do anything to replace it. As you know, UK SBF went through districts and we're working in partnership with the districts. So you're absolutely right. We've yet to be communicated with about whether there's a son of UK SBF or daughter of a UK SBF, or indeed whether that continues.
Thank you. And before we go on to the bit about trying to look at future savings and future income that we're able to do, just a quick question to be able to provide it to me, potentially, is on the homeschool transport unavailable routes. Can we be provided with the list of routes that you are potentially looking at in the future, so that we don't have surprises that seem to have happened this year, or whether it was a surprise to people or not, just so that we can have them, please?
We can supply a list of all our unavailable routes because we review all of the routes on a regular basis to see if any changes have brought them into line and potentially made them available.
It wasn't as quick as I thought then. Sorry. Obviously, you're looking at a £90,000. You were looking at a £90,000 saving. So, sorry, 80,000, and yeah, finance should bring me up on those numbers. So thank you. Surely we know which ones we're potentially looking at. It's not that we're just looking at every single one. Surely we know at some point that we're going to start with this one and have a look at that one, or am I being really naive?
We review them all on a rolling sort of basis, so we go around and make sure there's any changes, any developments that happened in the area that might have connected footpaths or put crossing points in, or all those sort of things. That happens, and then like I said, we look at them, and then we'll make a business case if there's any investment needed, whether that's like such things as connecting a footpath or putting in a drop curb, or various things that could potentially bring them into those to become available again. But we sort of go around, look at them all, and then on the basis of those reports, they'll be sort of looked at to see which ones we think can take forward, or which ones might need a bit more further work, or which ones potentially have development that is in planning that hasn't come through yet that may then make that available. So it just depends on those reviews as to which ones we sort of take forward and when those are taken forward.
Okay, thank you. So on with one of the big things we should be looking at today is on future savings and future income that this panel could be looking at. And as you know, we're asking for 87. Again, someone's going to correct me if I get the figure wrong. £87 million in EFS. 79. There you go. See, I shouldn't give figures because I'm tired. Yeah. Thank you. We next year at least we'll be looking at how we can correct that and ease our way off that for future years. And also on the second part, as we'll have to call it Plan C now, is that what happens if we are just short or a little bit short, to ensure that we have a balanced budget in a month's time. So I'll be interested to know from the director or from cabinet members what you're actually looking at in terms of over the next month to start off with, if you are just short, because you keep telling us that, and I think everyone agrees, that we're trying to avoid a Section 114 notice at pretty much any cost because of the consequences for that. So what are we looking at to ensure that we don't hit that? I don't know who wants to start?
Okay, I guess the words "just short" are kind of relative to what you mean by just short, and I'm not being awkward on purpose. The county council's gross total budget is in the region of 1.3 billion. So just close is a relative term. So what I am going to do is I'm just going to give you a snapshot of what we are doing between now and the end of February. So the two savings that have not been taken forward are relevant to I'll get the words out in a minute, unavailable routes and charging at countryside centres. The total of those is 160,000. So although it's a huge number, to me 160,000 is a lot of money as a person, but when you're dealing with a gross budget of 1.3 billion, relatively it's a small number. So what we're looking at the moment is I'm not necessarily going to be saying I can't balance the budget as a totality because I'm 160,000 different to what I was yesterday. What we have at the moment is an element of contingency within the budget, and subject to agreement by the Chief Finance Officer, there's a level at which we can flex that contingency, and that contingency is for demand pressures, problems, issues that we incur during the financial year. One of the savings within the budget was reducing that contingency by just over 3.5 million. So the little bit of savings in relative terms that have not been approved, we will probably take that from contingency, but again that will be subject to decision because that's not ultimately his decision, it's set in the budget by full council. So the report that we're in the process of writing for the 5th of February Cabinet will include a paragraph that says the two savings that have not been approved by full council, this is what we intend to do with them. The second part of the question is relating to what else are we doing as a local authority. So obviously every director and every cabinet member is once more reviewing everything that they do, and they'll be looking at every area of expenditure, every area of income. Can we increase our charges to generate additional income? But obviously we've got to make sure that our charges are increased relative to the cost of the service delivery, because we're not a profit-making organisation, so we can't do something to make a profit. We can only do something to offset our costs because we're a not-for-profit organisation as a local authority. Can we get additional grants? We've heard very eloquently this morning about raising income and getting additional grants in. We all constantly do that, and you'll see some of the savings that we've put forward are actually income generation rather than cost reductions. But more importantly, and as was mentioned by the Chief Finance Officer yesterday, we will be looking at transformational activities across the County Council as we move towards local government reorganisation. The format of that transformation plan is still being discussed and talked with the administration and also senior managers, and we will be bringing that to council and scrutiny panels in the near future. Obviously, anything to do with transformation and changing how we do what we do takes time and will take planning. So it's highly unlikely that there will be significant savings from that in 26-27. So we are obviously looking at future years. The two things that are still on the table at the moment, subject to approval by the Secretary of State, is exceptional financial support, which comes in the format of capitalisation directive, which is the borrowing and the increase potentially in council tax. So that is our plan B, is council tax versus versus exceptional financial support. We won't know the answer to that until we get the Secretary of State's statement towards the latter part of February, hence the reason why full council is now 26th of February, and then there'll be a decision for full council to make on the balance between increased council tax versus the one-off capitalisation directive, which indeed is a loan for which we've got to pay that interest. The very clear statement from our Cabinet Member for Finance and Efficiency yesterday was, if that doesn't get approved, it's Section 114. So that indeed is the Plan C quoted by our Cabinet Member yesterday. But we will look as a local authority at every available opportunity before that button is having to be pushed. The outcome of Section 114 is not where any local authority wants to be, but because what it does mean is commissioners, all eyes on us, government intervention, etc., which, as again has been mentioned, is on the slide of the pack today. But the government doesn't give you a grant of cash. It gives you a lot of scrutiny, a lot of looking into everything, but it won't write you a cheque. Sorry, yes, I am old. It won't write you a cheque. The interventions from government is very clearly capitalisation directives and council tax increases, which we will have seen in Birmingham and in Northamptonshire. So I think Plan C is very, very similar to Plan B, but with a lot more scrutiny.
Thank you. I'll open it up to other people, but I think my concern was that one of the things we should be looking at is on future savings, and I think the implication was that even in 26, 27, we won't be able to find any of those future savings really in a significant way, and it'll be for near enough when we go into local government reorganisation is the plan.
Sorry,
Yeah.
That's not
Sorry.
actually what
Yeah,
I said.
okay, sorry, yeah, correct me please.
What I said was the transformation plan, because it's a big transformation plan, isn't something that you can just do overnight. What I said was the majority of any savings from the transformation plan will probably be for 27-28, the majority of the savings. However, Cabinet members and all directors are continuing to look at opportunities for savings within the current financial year by reviewing all of their budgets.
Thank you, happy that correction. And when will we know those future savings that are coming from the director? We'll just know that within the next financial year.
Again, that's what overview and scrutiny panels have been asked to do, is to work with the directorates to identify areas for them. So in effect, they're going away and having a look at everything that they're doing, and they will come back through OSPB and recommendations through Cabinet, etc., if there's things that they've identified. However, it's also the role of your scrutiny panels and every other scrutiny panel to say to officers and to the Cabinet members, we think you should go and have a look at. So in my head, it's a two-way street. And I think this is where we do need to work collectively together as people to be looking at what can we do that meets the best interests of the public, whilst also potentially making efficiencies or generating additional income. And it's things that we can all talk about together. And I think that's where the point of today's scrutiny is about, is where else can we all go? Has anybody got ideas? We've got new panel members, we've got people who've not worked with local government before, and with new people comes new views, new ideas, new questions. And I think that's where we need to all collectively work together to look at what can we do in the remit of of the area of environment, and the other panels will be looking at the other areas as well.
Carl?
Thank you. I'm just going to follow that on and give a bit of insight into some of the discussions that we do have in Cabinet, of which I don't believe there's any previous Cabinet members here. One example of potential future savings is something that none of us want to approach. And this is where I do struggle with some of the online content and some comments made of an overly political nature, because they're just not they're not substantiated in any truth. It just fits whatever narrative is going along. But this is an example of one that will be put forward in this next budgeting period. A number of councillors, myself included, have spoken about what is statutory and not statutory services. And within E&I, we are scraping the barrel. Like, absolutely, we're scraping the barrel in terms of what there is to still go after. Now, bear in mind the £22,000 that everyone desperately wants to hold on to whilst I say this, please. Because this is something that, as a council, you will each have to bear in mind when you come to make this decision. Home to school transport for over 16s for SEND children. That is discretionary. We could have removed it. We didn't, because we can't. How can we do that? But it's a discussion that we're going to have, because we're scraping the barrel. This council is looking at ever diminishing returns in terms of what there is to take. So we're asking about future savings. This is what I'm going to be bringing to the table. It isn't one that anyone wants to do. That's why it's not in this budget. But we're looking at ever decreasing returns. And that's a tiny glimpse as to the conversations that we have in Cabinet and the choices that we have to make. I appreciate we're in the minority, and I do appreciate that discussions have to be had and people have to be involved. I just want to make it real clear that we're working for the people. I don't agree with some of the decisions that this council's done with regards to this budget. But please know, next year there are going to be some real difficult decisions to be made. And when it comes to what we want, what we think impacts our members in local divisions, that needs to be borne against issues that aren't openly spoken about. And home to school transport for post 16 to 19 is discretionary. And that's a saving of 2 million. Same 2 million, near enough, that our £22,000 highways allowance will pay for. Bear that in mind for future.
Thank you. I appreciate that open and honesty from you on that. What I think might be really helpful for the scrutiny panel is that list of statutory and non-statutory things that fall within our scrutiny panel, and what grants that we get to cover some of the stuff that is non-statutory, so that we would, you wouldn't be looking to save it because the grant already covers it. So I think that'd be really helpful to come to the panel, and Steph's caught my eye. So.
There's only actually two things that we do as a local, well, three things that we do as a local authority that's non-statutory. One of them's school crossing patrol. The second one is economic development, although we do have a duty to ensure that we promote Worcestershire and ensure Worcestershire is reliant on its businesses, obviously business rates. And the third one is over 16 home to school transport. There's also things that we have got a power to do, but not a duty, which includes all of the councillors' allowances. And I'm not going to be the one that mentions that one again. The issue with local authorities and statutory versus non-statutory is an interesting point, but there are only those three things that are non-statutory. The other issue is the level at which we deliver our statutory services. So I think the discretionary versus statutory decisions have been made. That they were things that have done a number of years ago. I think that the focus now really is the amount of and level of delivery of statutory services, and that's where it becomes very difficult, because you've got the areas such as adults and children that is very, very clearly, if anybody meets the needs of the Care Act or the Children's Act, or indeed the Education Act, they need a service. And it's the cost of those services that we are looking to reduce. Within the environment area, you're absolutely right again, is there's areas of grant funding, and that's why, again, the point that was made by Scrutiny today, that having the income column is helpful. But the net budget excludes all of those grants, so we would not make reductions in areas that are funded by a grant, because it wouldn't save us any money. But what we do and try to do is maximise the use of those grants as much as possible within the criteria of the grant, to ensure that we use the grant first before we use our own funding. But if I could be helpful in that and say it's the areas of statutory or areas where we have a duty to provide, where you could look at volume or price of activity, would probably be a more directional approach.
Thank you for that. I think that's really helpful. And I don't know how that comes into a report to this, into this scrutiny panel, but I think that'd be really helpful so that we can look at that. Alan, do you want to say?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just some thoughts on savings and efficiency. Just on particularly home to school transport. Carl, I hear what you're saying, and I've got no problems provided I can be persuaded about what's going on with it and how it performs. I'd like to see, I think, just something about home to school transport, how it's broken down, where the money goes, etc. Because home to school transport to me is just a phrase. It's the background work and all the stuff behind it. So if you're going to cut so much from it, where does it come from? How does it affect everything? I don't know that, and I think I'd like to see that as soon as possible, so when it comes in the next few months, we're actually able here as a panel to make that decisions and support it if necessary, or if not, oppose it, and we know what we're talking about, so we're all as one. So I think I'd like that, Chair. The other point is contract inflation on page 11. Again, it's 17.7 million. I assume we've got contracts under control, so are we sure we've got enough efficiency savings there? But the main point is, I think I'd like to take forward a recommendation to Cabinet, mainly to do with BREP, and it's coming back to this thorny issue we've had. It's been going on for years. I think it's overspending. It's taking an enormous amount of officer time, highway liaison officer, and Carl's time dealing with it, and all the officers' time, in dealing with the stakeholder engagement with the public. That's where we're breaking down, I think. And I think you've got something coming up, Carl, on it, and that's going to take your time. You're going to have to deal with that. I've dealt with major projects before, and what we normally do is employ stakeholder and community engagement consultants to deal with that for us. So I think, can we make a recommendation that we consider for the end of this programme, because it's still going to go on for a couple of years at BREP, to try to get somebody in to manage the stakeholder and community engagement, which will save us money and save us staff and officer time. So it's a thought, can we bring in some consultants to help us with that? Whilst it might cost us, I'm sure it's going to bring us lots of savings on time, well-being and management, because I know that the residents are up in arms about it, and we will get nothing but complaints going forward, and we need somebody to handle those. So just a thought, Chair, on that.
You've mentioned my buzzword, and it wasn't me. So just to hopefully clarify a couple of points before I pull over to people. My understanding is that BREP should finish by the end of 2026, and that was clarified yesterday by Carl Perks. So, so just to clarify the thing, and on the overspend, again, my understanding is that you could argue it both ways, because technically we had a load of stuff in the plan, inflation happened, and some of that stuff was put into a phase 4B. But in terms of the new plan on phase 4A, my understanding, unless someone wants to correct me, is that that is still on budget. Yeah. So then I'll pass over. Sorry.
And just, sorry, you wanted to say something on Brett?
Yeah, and thank you, Chair. You have commented on it. I was with you right up until you said a number of years, and I'm going to pull you up on that. That isn't based on fact. That's subjective and conjecture. There is nothing to indicate that it is going to run over. Everything we've got is still aimed at delivery at the end of this year. So thank you.
If I go in reverse, then I'll just add a couple of points to Brett. To be clear, we're not spending county council money on Brett. The programme is funded predominantly by the DFT, with some Section 106 monies as well. So we're not spending county council resources. Where we have staff working on the programme, then they're funded from that DFT pot of money, so they're capital funded. We do have some external resources, so the contractor has a liaison person. We will continue to make sure that we get the most out of that, and I'd just like to remind people of the comms event that's coming up, that there's communications about on the 29th of this month, which is an online event, and it will be available for people to view after that. If I go back to the homeschool...
Okay, I wasn't indicating that it wasn't our money. I know it's DFT money, most of it. I think the point I was making was the fact that I don't think that whilst we've got your liaison people dealing with it, I don't think personally, from what I have heard, that is working, and particularly from the District Council, we just get nothing through our council meetings but that. So it was only a suggestion to say that we can help us to deal with that. So that was the point I'm making.
Just on that, we do have a representative from the District Council, officer representative on the project board for BREP. So we do have someone. But I take the point, there's always more that we can do on communications and engagement. And on a programme of this scale and this type, where it's not delivering a single piece of infrastructure like a new station or a single piece of road, it is much more challenging. I take that point. If I move on to the questions and the points on home to school transport, all good points. My understanding, unless this has changed, and I'll look at Sam to clarify, the policy elements of home to school transport are covered by the Children's and Families Overview and Scrutiny Panel. Of course, the transport element is provided by E&I, and therefore the cost of transport, and where there are specific efficiencies and improvements that we can make in transport, such as some of the really positive savings that we've put forward for next year, where we're actually seeing the benefit of that in year. So where Steph referred to £6 million worth of underspend in year, that's because we've been continually doing a review of contracts. So we focused on looking at all of those contracts that transport pupils outside of the county. And we're moving on to look at other elements of the home to school transport spend. So where it's specifically on transport related, that would be this panel. But where it's around policy, it would be the Children's and Families panel, unless I have that wrong, Samantha.
Yes, I would agree with what Rachel's got to say. And just to provide some reassurance, it is on the Children and Families work programme. They're due to look at it in May, and we would extend an invitation to members of this panel so that we wouldn't be duplicating any work, if that finds favour.
Just to go back on BREP, because again, I can't. Oh yeah, I'll come to Tony just to finish off that point on BREP. So obviously, one of the savings and for that was agreed yesterday was about moving some of the money to monitor the outcomes of BREP. I presume that is our money and not DFT funding. So whilst 99.99% of it isn't county council money, we can't say it's not all county council money. on it, because we would be monitoring it. If we didn't do that thing, we wouldn't be spending that money.
That's absolutely right. So we do have £300,000 in our revenue budget for the monitoring and evaluation of significant highways and transport schemes where we have predominantly received DFT monies. So things like the Southern Link Road, things like BREP. There are certain points in the programme, both during the programme but mainly in advance of and beyond, once the works are complete, to carry out monitoring and evaluation. We have a standard amount in our budget every year. If we look at the amount of monitoring and evaluation we need to do in 26-27, we won't use all of that money. So there's a one-off saving because BREP will be delivered during 26-27, during that financial year, in the 26 element of the financial year. We will be spending all of that money in future years. So it's not a recurring saving, but if we just look at the one-off next year, we're confident.
Thank you. And is there any benefit to what Councillor Bowles was saying? Because obviously some of the people that I obviously have to have engagement with to try and get the answers would otherwise be doing something else within the county council, and we know how some of that resource is very finite, and they could be doing something to help everyone else in the whole of Worcestershire. Whether there is a way of working with our contractors to enable that community engagement person to be there, because I think, I mean, I've probably echoed this, I've told people this many times, the communication and the engagement to residents is one of the things that has really been lacking for a long time. But is there a way of doing that? Then that, I know that some of the staff are capitalised into that budget, but you could then use them to go and do something else, or would that give us a cost somewhere else?
So I'm happy to take that away and look at it again. As I say, I think, you know, we can always look at ways to improve engagement and communication. We do have our sort of client side manager, Tina McLaughlin, for people who know Tina, who is probably, you know, 75% of her time is dedicated to BREP, and that will be accounted for in the funding of her time. We then have a client project management team, and again, you would expect some of that to be around engagement as well as resource within the contractor, but more than happy to look at that again.
And as you mentioned Tina's name, I'd like to place on record my thanks to Tina since she's come on. Thank you. Tony. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Just to go back on Councillor Bowles' point about home to school transport, which surprisingly has always been a hot topic. In March last year, this was actually brought up at the Children and Families, and I'm on the Children and Families Committee.
Quite easy. Say that again.
Sorry. Yeah, as regards to the request for a sort of a deep dive into into home to school transport, this is on the Children and Families agenda, as Samantha has pointed out, and I'm on the CNF committee. This was actually bought and asked for in March last year under the previous administration, and there was a promise made at the time that there would be some sort of report given out, but with the change in administration, I'm not too sure whether it actually came to fruition or not. So I'm actually going to be asking this on Monday and see what was actually done back in March last year.
Thank you, Cass, just quick response. Thank you for that and take that forward, but I'm not too happy about the political interference with or references. I'm independent, I look for my residents, so I don't really mind whose administration it was under. Let's just get it dealt with, and I thank you for that.
Well, all I'm pointing out is that it was under the previous administration, so...
So yeah, it's not getting... Is there any other... Chris?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things. Firstly, just a sort of point of clarification. I don't want to sort of... I've got it up here because it's something I've been doing things on the home to school transport. I mean, Cole mentioned about the discretionary for the over 16s. I mean, in general, the over 16s, there is provision, but you have to contribute to it. So, I mean, I've assumed that would also be discretionary, but I think, oh gosh, I'm going to regret making this point, but I'm assuming that this, despite the contribution, it still costs us money. Shall I carry on? I mean, that's a separate point. Do you just want to do that one?
Yes, the contribution is exactly that. It's a contribution towards the cost. It doesn't cover the full cost of delivering the service for post-16 transport.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the other one I was going to say, I mean, we're clearly sort of looking, we've been talking and looking sort of further ahead. I mean, I'm sort of note to sort of slide 15 where we have a gap of 70 million this year, 94 million, 120 million sort of going on. So I mean, I think we're going to have this discussion about staving off the 114 notice again and again. And I mean, I appreciate we're into LGR territory going forwards, and this is, but we kind of have a responsibility, I think, to sort of consider that. I mean, specifically, I was just curious. So slide 5 is about the DSG. Now, I appreciate in 2028 we have the situation where central government will take on this. And
Chris, sorry, can we just try and refine it into environment scrutiny panel territory?
Okay,
please,
sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I will completely withdraw that if it's not useful. Thank you.
It's always useful, but not maybe in this panel potentially. Is there any other questions that anyone has? Just to bring it all to a close, then potentially is just an overview of what this budget that is being proposed, what that will mean for the directorate going forward. Will it mean, obviously, because we're not going up with inflation because we don't have that money, what are the consequences of that for the next year, just so that we're all open and know what that means?
So there will be, there are inflationary pressures, contract inflation, where it's written into our contracts and that we have to comply with what's contractual. So there will be inflationary pressures. There are always pressures on every budget. But if we look at the things that were agreed yesterday at council as savings, none of those things have a significant impact on service delivery. So things like the biggest area of that was around home to school transport and the contract reviews, which is about still transporting those pupils to school in a safe way, but doing it more efficiently. So it's not about any degradation of service or any change of policy. It's about us continually looking at the arrangements that we have in place. So I think where we landed yesterday is deliverable.
No, I don't really have anything to add to that particular point. What I would say, though, is that in future sessions, what we've not spoken about today is how we might look to bring in additional revenue to offset some of those savings. I'm not prepared to speak to any of that today, but there will be items that are put forward that will be up for discussion, which is about bringing in genuine revenue into the county. So I just want to put that out there as well, that whilst on the face of it, it does feel all doom and gloom, we are actively, trying to do the best for the council and the residents, and there are revenue generation schemes in place as well.
Thank you for that, and the earlier insight that this panel gets on what potential revenue would be really appreciated. Thank you. All right, then, to bring it all to a wrap and what we've discussed, I am tired today, so I'm going to use this as an excuse to look to my left for some help on everything that we've agreed today. Thank you.
So, in no particular order, I've been making notes of what I think the key points are that you might want to make to OSPB, starting with the acknowledgement of the decision, the savings that were withdrawn, Worcester Woods and homeschool transport and available routes from council. There was the point around continuing to explore all grant funding opportunities, a point around the importance of communication to the residents of Evesham about the reasons for continuing with the construction of Hampton Bridge. something around reassurance that the highways reorganisation will not result in any degradation of service. I think the panel seems supportive of the aspiration to reduce the use of consultants and plans to recruit and save and have an in-house service and grow in our own, and they are reassured that it's not completely to eliminate the use of consultants, and Emily made the point about it being a national issue and something that other local authorities are also struggling with. Reassurance that regarding the delivery of savings, that the panel will be updated quarterly on the risk of savings not being achieved, and that would include a risk management plan. Acknowledgement that confirmation of EFS and council tax flexibility is still awaited from government. The council will also be looking at transformational activity as we move to LGR, but that's likely to be in 27-28. Cabinet members and directors are still looking for further savings for the following year. There is an ask to consider the communication strategy around BREP and whether it could be achieved in a different way. And then there were some actions about the table and having an income column, adding to the work programme the waste contract to do some pre-scrutiny for the new contract, reviewing the schedule of scrutiny panels for 2027 to ensure that they're more timely, and some information on the percentage of officer time spent to date on Hampton Bridge. I stop.
Thank you for that. Has anyone got any comments on that? But thank you for doing that, because that is way...
Sorry, Rachel, there is something.
Could I just clarify the point on BREP? It's not about looking at a different way of doing BREP. It was specifically around communications and engagement. Okay. Sorry, I missed.
The issue relating to the transformation plan, it's the financial implications by 20... you know, when you're talking about the implications relating to delivery into 27-28, it's the financial implications rather than the actual plan itself, because obviously we'll have to do the work in 26-27, and it's the financial implications that potentially kick in 27-28.
Any other thoughts on that, Alan?
Thank you, Chair, and Carl, I welcome what you said about trying to raise more revenue, and I'd be more than delighted to give you my assistance on trying to get more revenue in and give you some thoughts. So I do appreciate that, and I'm quite happy to take that on board.
Just, yeah, if we add it to an action as an overview of that, we were looking at the revenue going forward, working with the CMRs to find out revenue. Anything else? Well, thank you all for your time. It's been really appreciated, and especially those who have to go to multiple panels. I'm sure you'll really appreciate being at all of them. But thank you all for your time, and then we'll just do the work programme for members, please, of which I will leave. Thank you. Everyone with members, we've still got... Tony, Bill, we've still got the work programme to talk about now. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, councillors, we'll move to item number 6 now of the agenda, the work programme. If you've got any additions or deletions you'd like to mention, Councillor Alan Bowles, you had a good contribution. Could you clarify on that, and we'll get that written down?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay.
Just a couple of points on it. One is BREP was brought in or to go on, to be confirmed when it goes on the 14th of July last year. So that's been in well over 6 months. I'd like to see that brought into the next meeting if we could raise Brett to bring that in, that would be brilliant. Secondly, we need to have the waste contracts now brought in because that was mentioned about that. So just one addition and one bringing forward, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you. There was also mention in yesterday's meeting about the communications with the on-demand service. And you've just mentioned the waste contract. So yeah, if you got anything else?
Yeah, thanks. Just an addition, please, if possible, to do with the motion yesterday on roadworks, utility works outside school gates. It's just a scrutiny on how we're doing with communicating better than we seem to with regards to getting the schools to know when these things are happening before they're happening, so we can be proactive with any problems. So scrutiny on that, if you can just condense that down for me, Samantha.
Thank you, Councillor Upton. Anybody else?
Thank
Councillor
you. I just wondered whether, because I was looking at the standing items that we have, and presumably they're ones that might be revisited, or they come annually all the time, do they? Right. So I don't know where this will fall, but I think it falls very well into our scrutiny panel. I've become aware through residents and talking to Wychavon of the Environment Agency. They've altered all their flood maps. So areas that have never flooded are now marked as at risk, and areas that have flooded are marked as not at risk. And there doesn't seem to be any scrutiny or involvement with county or district on this. And I just wondered if it's something that could be raised at some point. It didn't seem right for today's discussions. It wasn't relevant, really. But do we get involved with what the EA are doing? Or, I mean, we're environment, but...
Yeah.
Could we?
I can help with that. So the annual flood risk management report.
We did it in October, didn't we?
Yeah, and the Environment Agency and Severn Trent do attend that meeting, so I'm wondering if it's worth building it into that discussion.
It would be lovely, but would we have to wait till October to do it again? I think it's quite critical now. The reason I'm raising it is I've got whole streets in villages that have never been flooded, that suddenly are at high risk. All their insurance premiums have gone up. They can't sell their houses. And then other areas that do flood, they're saying they don't. And it's affecting the work, certainly at Wychavon, that Emma and I do with planning, when the planning officers are confused because it's not relevant anymore. So it's a way to challenge the EA. And I looked and I saw that they came in October. I thought, we're not going to get them back that quickly. So it might be it's for another way to do it. And the only other one that I mentioned, which is a little older because it hasn't been done, and it was mentioned today, since May 24, was an update on the active travel. Because equally, in my division, we've got the whole of the Parkway plan, and affecting some of the villages, a very out-of-date active travel corridor. And I'd like to think that could be brought forward.
Good idea.
ASAP, really.
I was just going to speak up to ask for that.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Yeah, I think they're brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, we'll have a chat with
you.
Chairman. Councillor Bowles.
Sorry, Master. Emma's brought to my attention the fact that waste is on the next item. So sorry about that, but does it relate to contracts or is it generic? I don't know.
It was from the last meeting. The update on the Environment Act was 2 parts, and we didn't have the waste part.
So it's not waste contracts?
No, it's
okay.
to do with the Environment Act.
So we can keep waste contracts on? Thank you.
We're adding it, yeah.
Councillor Kersey.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I didn't even signal to speak, but I can have a chat with you if you want me to. You just actually, because I know you always like to name me in council, which I always enjoy. Thank you very much. You mentioned with Councillor Bell something about Worcester on demand. What were you talking about that coming forward on the work plan?
That was regarding yesterday, and a contribution from Councillor Sam Amar, who wanted to scrutinise the communications with the on-demand bus service.
I think, was that not just a question that she had and that she wanted that to... I don't think that's something that needs to come before us, is it?
Maybe it isn't. We'll chat with the chairman and see what he says. So.
I was just going to comment on that. I mean, I've considering putting a question in on Worcestershire on demand for the council. I wasn't think it would be appropriate to bring it here, but so it's possibly a separate thing. So.
Okay, yeah, no problem. It was actually the chairman who told me to mention it, but I'll bring it back to his attention and see what he says. Maybe it is wrong. I think that brings us to an end of this meeting. The next meeting will be on the 11th of March. Thank you, everybody, for attending.